well that just makes more sense, Crit, honestly. D-Rock, you just need to turn up in the last minute. That's all you need to do. You just gotta get crit. Not get good, get crit. It makes me smile, Crit. I need to figure out how I log how many times you get that. Because, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's ever gonna beat you at this point. GG's, my friend. GG's. How are folks doing today? People beat me plenty of times. I'm not always here. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that you are. But that's okay. We don't mind. I'm being prepared to have my ancient laggy computer up, but of course it's hard to get first because of lag. Felt. I can't explain how bad my net has been recently. I can only hope this game runs better this time. It seems to be loading websites it wasn't doing the day before, so I'm hoping it's better. But the estate agent who sold me... I was going to say the estate agent, but agent who sold me my house is emailing me about buying houses. Brother, do you think I'm collecting? Are you? You could have a streamer house empire. You know, think of the business opportunities, Crit. Don't you want a life-size Monopoly board? Do you want to hear a peg run? Let me just pull a couple of millions out my pocket real quick. Yeah, we'll hold. So it's no common. I mean, I don't talk about it often, but I also have mentioned it a lot of times in the past that I am a simmer. You know, I do love me the Sims. So I found out yesterday that they were releasing a re-release of the old games because it's been 25 years. Which, wow, I've been a gamer for 25 years. That's kind of crazy and kind of sad, but hey, I'm happy, so that's all that matters. So I brought it. I brought the bundle because I'm that much of a fucking fan, I guess. The fuckers don't even load. Not only have they not been like remastered, like technically they fixed things that mods can already do. So the game was pointless. That was the one I got to work. The original, which is the one I didn't really play because I was, you know, a literal child, doesn't even fucking open. Their game does not open. At least Dead by Daylight's fucking Frank Stone thing, at least it attempted to open when they forgot to include the file. This one don't even open. I've requested a refund this morning. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you? They've been dropping hints for weeks. Hype has been building, and I mean, typical. It's EA. Game don't even work. Fuming. Heckin' fuming. I was tempted to stream Sims 4 today out of protest. But I mean, that's not gonna work. Because people don't like that one anyway. So my day is ruined. I was gonna have a lovely nostalgic trip down memory lane this weekend. And I can't even do that. So I'm sad. A little bit sad, but it's okay. Because now we're gonna be doing this. And I won't lie. I have been thinking about this over the last 24 hours. Or however long it was we played it. Because one, we're really close to doing it, and that like nags at my brain. And two, apparently there's a new campaign, and the new campaign is related to the first campaign. Which implies there is more madness. And I figured, you know what? Instead of waiting 4 days for me to like forget everything we learned in that session, I might as well finish the Roottrees today, and we'll do Creatures of Ava next week. Because it makes sense. It's one of those games where the fresher everything is, the better. And I think it's cozy. rooting through things, finding family histories, all the sordid affairs, the murders. Yeah. What was the French one arrested for? Embezzlement. Love that. That's cozy. Love me a bit of a cozy crime. God, is there a game about cozy crime? There's probably a game about cozy crime. It probably exists somewhere. I don't know. So we're gonna do that today. Because why not? And then I need to start thinking about tomorrow. I mean, there's no way Crit is off for a third Sunday in a row. There's no way. So I got to think. But I can't do that right now. Cozy murder mystery is a literal game genre, so I wouldn't be surprised me if there's a game. Is it? Is a literacy genre, right? I thought you said literally. Okay, let's just turn the music off for a second and we'll just jump in because I have the game open already. You guys remember this? You guys remember this? Wait, where did we start? Oh wait, hang on. The game's been turned down because I was trying to configure some settings off stream. Hang on, hold. Okay, here we go. Right, so we started here. And then we have, let me do maths. 8 people left to find out. So I think we'll just go left to right and see what holes we have. Should I make coffee or tea? Coffee. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. Okay, so this, she's definitely, the name's right. The peg has spoken. Yubby, no problem. The only thing I'm thinking about with this one, I need to find all the things again. Do we have history? We do. It was this guy, right? Chris is the cousin or something. Cousins, right? So this is where we got this girl's placement. So Davy and Bethany are siblings, and then there's Stephanie, who is an only child. Now I wonder if this isn't Bethany. That's the only thing I'm thinking of. She could be the other girl, who I think was the blonde girl. Is it her? Maybe. But I'll leave it for a second. That is that. That's that. You're all linked in. Which generation was this again? This is the picture with all these guys. Where is the picture? This one? Yeah. So this is probably the girl over there who we just talked about. The only thing is this girl. So is there a space on this Jen, who's probably the youngest? I mean, she's older than Caroline, so she can't be the child. So she has to go there, kind of, by process. You're all linked in, you're linked in, you're linked in. Oh. This girl? This is Edward's child, maybe? And she would be a Roottrees. So what Roottrees do we have left? Christina. Maybe. And then these two, we're just not sure which one of these ones is which, but this guy definitely looks older. And he is a director. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, we got some. Time to confirm. These 4 entries are correct and have been locked in. Okay. Nice. Nice. Booyah. Okay, with 4 left. Okay, so this is definitely a baby. Right? So you're not November. Oh. Unless you're Christina. You've done well. Thank you. And this is November. And you would be a K12, right? Does it say her name on there? Bonnie, which was her, right? Guy, who was him. Ernie, who I think was him. Caroline was the quote-unquote hippie. Gwyneth was the one we just put on. Miracle's the preacher. Jim is the eventual musician man. Clark was Lauren's son, who's also a musician, so him, for example. Carl was the girl's dad, and Ellie M was the mechanic. In charge of print says, oh, November! Oh! Childish print, the child, November. Okay, she's November. Nice. And then so this didn't change. So Stephanie is a single child, and the only single child space is this one. So this has to be Stephanie Cottrell, which means this is a Cottrell. And that's you? What if we swap them? She does have glasses. And there was something about this family tree saying that she had her kids had glasses. So maybe this points to her being Stephanie. Although she does, I mean, I suppose their faces look the same. But she doesn't look K-12, does she? Maybe she's a student in college now. Right? I don't know any of these people's the partners though. Like, I don't need to know the partners, but I kind of want to. This girl's who's this William guy? Bill or something? We were searching for Williams, right? And nothing came up. Wilkins. Catherine. What was his name? Does it go back all the way? Anything to do with Gout? What's her name? No. I'll know when I see it. Gwyn. Yeah, who did she marry? Does it not say? Polarized divorce. Okay, so maybe we look in the Starlet. Wild Bill. Did we like search for him? Stories gossip about who he has been seen with in public. Blondes mostly. The first mentions one of his roles. His real name, Walter Forsyth. Get him. See, sometimes a fresh look really helps. So that's where Forsyth goes. Roottrees. If he's a lawyer, would he be in the one of these? Maybe he'd be in the County Times. What was his name? Oh, hold. What was his name? Edward Roottrees. No. Business Watch? No. I mean, I could just... Edward Roottrees. If he's a lawyer... No? What about November? And there's no way to know what her mother is called. It said they're a mechanic family, so I don't know where Tessa Roottrees. Was it Roottrees Motors? No, Roottrees Motors. Graphic print. And that was on here. I mean, Roottrees Motor Parents. I just played Champed Up and had to come up with a name for a character. I called her Dr. Gwendolyn Peggles. Hell yeah! Let me know how our champ does. Fix her up. I mean, maybe we could try that. No. Not likely. She won Champion of Millennials? Hell yes. You know I am. It's funny we don't know anything about Miracle. I mean, he's famous. Let's try him again. Roottrees. Miracle Junior Roottrees. Wait, really? Clergy Watch. His wife Edith's sister in disguise. Edith has a checkered past. Are they in the newspaper? Edith, what was her name? Jacobson? Edith Jacobson. Also mentions a Helen Roottrees and a Lucinda Jacobson. Church has kept their weekly fivings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while husband Miracle was preached. Helen? Is there a missing Helen? Helen Lennon. Okay. So Helen Lennon is Miracle's wife. I still don't know how we're gonna get his wife. But I'm presuming, I mean, this has to be correct, right? There's no way this is anything other than a baby. I've tried looking for, not his dad, his mum, but I'll have a little bit of listen. Jones's graphic and prints. Did we look into that before? Jones's graphics and prints. Graphic and print. So Stephanie, she won. We've covered that. Candy Company, Butler County Holiday Lights, Miracle Network, Roottrees Motors we've done. Butler County School District. Butler Summer Theatre. Children of Eden? Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stephanie Schwartz, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston. Really liked it. You don't have to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones's graphic and print. Instead, so Children of Eden should probably search for whoever was performing it. How do I know that? Butler Summer Theatre? Thank you for making our 1998 season was such a success. Stay tuned for announcement from 1999. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast is a list of crew, posters by Jones, and choreography by November Studios. Choreography by November Studios. Choreo! November. Oh! So she's a dancer? Or a choreographer? Dancer. It's so hard to forget because she's like this high up. She's not a child anymore, is she? She's a dancer. That's just the most picture we have. So these two are definitely correct, right? Which would imply that one of these is wrong. You're a student. Maybe they're both students in 2K. Is that everyone? But we didn't do the extras. Oh, I kind of want to be extra and get everyone. Okay, Walter's locked, Helen's locked, Sam Control was locked. Fuck!
To my genealogy genie.
That's me.
If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives.
Apparently.
Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish.
Oh, okay, we can still...
However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
And it's linked to Samantha. I mean, we knew there was something with Samantha, right? Guardian, adoption, or other... You helped! You did! Guardian, adoption, or otherwise. So someone looked after Samantha. Who is EC the farmhand? Who... When did we mention EC? So let's go back and look at Sam, because there was a lot about her, right? It involved dance! It did indeed. It was so fitting. Where? Oh, the diary. Where's the diary? Buttons. Oh, remember the buttons. This bloody diary. We keep coming back to this thing. Sam. Elias had given in to his wife an announcement that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the gatherings. Granny told trim the branches from the tree. Why is Sam special? Andrew summoned all the next gen to meet in Zach's office. Spent no time in the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC, which is who we're now looking for, and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Ellie certainly seems thrilled. back. Welcome back, Crit. We're now on the last mission on this tree somehow. Oh, it's probably on the newer version of the. Is this the new one? It's revisiting. Okay. Hell yeah. Wait, I'll show you in case you have any ideas. We now need to figure out who EC is. Yeah, Rock helped. We figured out that the child isn't a child. She's actually old. But I don't know. She's a dancer. And there's other names which I can't figure out, which I'm going to try to do before we lock this in. But who is EC? We're trying to figure this out. And EC was a farmhand. That's all we got so far. Oh my god. How many buttons? Okay. There's something about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwyn never was. Ernie and the kids lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Long time since any Roottrees. Gwyneth has a green. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor. And I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. So is that John? Because they said EC and John. Ah, yes. Our gay boy. Is that why they cut off the family? You know what? They would cut off a gay man from a family tree. In that time, right? Is this really a cozy game? Yes. I think so. Settling in. For sure. Yeah, exactly. Settling in, trying to find out a mystery. What do we have left? At least no big ass delay. That's true. So, are we under the assumption this is John Miller? Oh. This guy? It's a genealogy one. We have done detective ones. True. The Jesus looking guy. Wait, where's the picture? Yeah, he's just there in the background. We have done... Yeah, I'll put John for now, because they mentioned a John in EC. I mean, it's so weird he's just standing there. What do we have on the original 5? Maybe illegitimate child? Wow, that's what we're trying to figure out. Where's my history? What do they call this? 5-piece guarantee. Likely. How did we get to this picture? See what could be relevant to that time. There are still some names I haven't placed as well, bear in mind. These are too modern. Too modern. You found this advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. 6 years after the debut of 5 pieces. Likely. Do you think it's worth searching volume 1? Because 6 years. Like, he could have been removed in 6 years, right? Or hidden or covered up or whatever. Oh, it'll be in books. No. Bagger. No, how do I... Charles Lee. Charles Lee. Everyone remember Charles Lee? Excuse me. Excuse me? It starts with historical accounts dating back to ancient Egyptians. You've heard of including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. Yo! Roottrees 5 pieces. Available from find slot list. 5 flavors in every box. M is for melon. This is before Miracle. Oh my god, there was another child! Geecce. Egg cream? Ain't no way someone has made a sweet out of egg cream. It's from 1924, 2 years after the debut of 5 pieces. The author included it because of the spelling error of the word available near the bottom. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. Egg cream. Oh! Do you think it's not a coincidence that they put this here? Right? Ceec. Do they look the same to you? Am I being... Is it like a design thing? Or do they look the same? Are they twins? Would they really name their twins Edward Clancy and Clancy Edward? Do you think? Is he like the 3rd eldest? And they cut him out because he was gay? Which, again, I have no problems with. I just want to clarify. I thought they said that. Said what? But the name was backwards? You know what? You are right. Who would have said that? I'm back. Welcome back. Let's go to the diary. It's always the freaking diary. She had notes on the revised one. Someone said I saw Eli in town. No one knows which one. Our family names are always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. Getting new books. Ooh. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's fathers were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. With the woman, it goes out the window. Women's names tend to get mixed up in generations. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. They got my father's name backwards. So they got mail for this guy, Edward Clancy, who I'm guessing is a twin. Judging by his place. It seems like, could they hide a birth between these two? I don't think they could. Although, didn't she say anger? I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop, her dad, walked home in town and she hugged him. Speaking of investigation, damn it! I meant to even change that to say talk about your current anime, so I have to stop updating it, and I didn't even do that. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loudly in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too, then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I am glad she is gone." Ayo. So what we deduced last time was that little girl was probably Sam, because she was removed from the family around this point. But we were always confused why she hugged him and thought he was, so we thought he had an affair. But what if her dad, EC, and CE are twins, right? Therefore, it would make sense that she thought he was her dad. Am I sounding crazy? I think I might be sounding crazy. So does that mean this is actually her father? And they just said it was Elias because that's less of a scandal than a gay man. I mean, excluding the fact that a gay man would then have to have a child, but I mean, that is possible. It happens. Can I type it? Oh, I can type in here. So this isn't about biology, bisexuality, late discovery. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's possible. So you're Edward Lancy Roottrees. I think that might be it, but I don't want to leave until I get these guys' names. But I don't know how to find these guys' partners. I mean, I could guess it. Like, who do we have left? Monroe Joan, Quadrich April, Wilkins Catherine. Do you have names left over? Just these three dudes' wives. Like, it could be crazy. But if her name is November, could this be April? What's 9 months away from November? October, September, August, July, June, May, April. It doesn't quite work. They said that they like their names similar in the tree. So, if I'm gonna guess, I would guess this is April. Can I Google? April. Oh god, what was her name? Quattrell? Oh my god. Quaritch. Oh my, how am I? Quaritch. Okay, no idea. I mean, I'm prepared to guess. It's a 50, well, no, it's not a 50-50 because there's 3 names. Who would Elias marry? Who would you marry? Can you find out about the lawyer's firm? I tried, but I couldn't really find anything. I think I'm ready. you think we sussed it? Like, I'm not too fussed about the partners' names. Let's just lock it in. Oh, God. Ah, I hate this. Do you think... This sounds pretty plausible, right? Oh, fuck it. Let's do it. Yeah. Wait, did we get it? No shot. No shot! How? No, there's a... What do you mean, what game now? There's another case. There's another thing to do. There's another update or something.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees? And his partner was John Miller?
You know, the fact that they have a voice line for that gives me good hope. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good sign that they made voice lines for that. That's a pretty good indication.
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Oh! Guys.
I'm Sam Madsen.
Oh my
though
god.
You know me as Samantha Roottrees.
I did suspect.
I got old.
Oh, yes.
The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
Oh my
book
god.
tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents.
Okay,
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller.
Oh, so she is their child biologically, but she considers EC and John as their parents. That's sweet.
By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know
Well,
my
they did
full
raise... No, I know,
reasoning.
because it said she was raised on the farm, right? Yeah, exactly. It's nice that they cite where we got the information from, though.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
His identical twin Clancy. What's wrong with Clancy? What did
At
Clancy do?
age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Oh. Well, I mean, technically, yes, I suppose he did that. But that's not wrong. But I suppose back then it was. But, oh, well, so Crit, you mentioning the confirmed bachelor thing was actually important last smooching.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
Which is ironic, because later on, 2 women got together, and apparently that's fine. Did you notice that?
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's
Still
perfect
tracing out the family tree? Well, I think we
He
finished
decided
tracing out
to
the family tree.
fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Wow. That is so... Later on, this is Later on is different in that time. No, I know. I know. Egg cream, though. Did egg cream sweets exist? Because that sounds horrible.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But
That's
Elias
so
couldn't
sad.
erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Oh shit, so you were. I thought that was just like a...
Who could blame me for being so confused
Egg cream
that
was
day?
something people
Her
liked.
father
They used
was
to
an
exist, but were
exact
considered
copy
too
of
gay for the
mine,
public. What,
except
egg cream?
without the beard.
Really? Is that an actual thing? That's kind of crazy. His father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. Yeah.
And
so they
while
were...
the 5 pieces celebrated
twins.
a new factory, farmhands did the real work.
Nah, I made that up. Oh. It sounded so plausible. You said it in text with such confidence.
It's a fluke. There's
Egg
a
cream
picture
was
of my
something
father
people
at all.
liked. Really?
But there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece.
God, imagine me just clicking randomly last time and stumbling across this guy. Like, this guy must be important.
Patsy returned, and things got
Wait,
complicated
what?
for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed
How awful
unworthy.
it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate and were sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. An outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative. We didn't find that. How would we have found out that someone wrote a book about Patricia? No, that is true. Huh.
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded.
Because living alone was too much work.
As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president.
I do remember
But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company.
Ah, yes.
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions.
Spearheading the formation of Root.
Ernie earned about $36.
That's a lot of money! Well, no it's not, but... all of that, and he earned $36.
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Oh yeah, because they didn't actually get paid, did they? They got paid like $4 a year, which was the price of one of the 5 pieces. But it was the trust which made everyone else be able to live. But because she wasn't part of the trust, her children also wouldn't be. Scam that he made 13 billions and earned $36.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Yeah, you mean like Robbie being an embezzler?
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Wow, $36 whole.
That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the trust, as anyone else.
That is fair. All she wants is obviously her family to be
The Clancid Trust
secure.
will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight.
Cancel that piece
Thanks
of
to
shit
you.
on Twitter.
As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to
It can indeed.
repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the
Fair
park.
share for all.
With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Damn.
Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a
Aw.
whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
Ha 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 ha.
Thanks again.
Yeah.
And so long.
That would be crazy, right? But there's a whole other fucking... Yeah, that's crazy, right? Absolutely crazy.
We're rolling down to the sea.
Yay! Crazy. I was crazy once. It had mixed reviews. And a new president took over. Who?
Saturday night and you're quite a sight.
Once.
World might be burning, but I
And then everything changed. There's another mystery to the Fruit Tree Mania.
in the streets.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
I'm a secret Fruit Tree. Alright guys. You ready to go into the next branch of the story? We'll spoil unlocked content. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, look how big it looks! Hi.
Hi,
Are you?
I'm Clark.
Oh, Clark!
Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
It's that old guy, Clark! What, Lauren's
You've
son?
done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Oh my god, he's come for my knees.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
He's gonna
I
kill
never
me.
wanted to be president. I'm
You're
not great with
president?
stress. And with my mother's deteriorating
Wait, they chose Clancy?
I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge, the Clancy Trust covers any Roottrees despite their history with
A
us.
whole lot of potential
potential
cousins.
cousins
Oh
have
boy, we're going to have to find a fair babies. You telling me you got her share of the fortune and you didn't even move from the apartment? I mean, I think that was presuming that she would get the funds. Maybe she got debt she needed to pay.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Yeah, it sounds like
The
Miracle.
long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally.
I mean, he looks like a friend.
Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Okay. Oh. Wait. Whoa, this just got so messy. Wait. So, yeah, this is what we... No, this is the first tree. Friend, I had a friend once. Did you? Oh. So Chris has a new picture now. Clark, I'm guessing, you know, we'll get because he's in the game. Zachariah has a picture now. Another one, anyway. Possible infidelity 1. Oh, there's been a lot of possible infidelity. Infidelity 2 in 1949. Possible infidelity 3 from 1975 to 1982. The scandals. Wow, this one is big. First affair, second affair, third affair, fourth affair, final affair. God damn it, will you keep it in your pants? Family tree update from 1998. Okay, well, if any of these would be updated, it would be Stephanie, right? Because she was pregnant. Okay, notable events. 6 Ps. Oh, the 6 pieces is a thing now. 5 Ps? 5 Ps. Someone called these 5 Ps. The Roottree Rift, Clark Rafferty LaRoe, 5 Ps, Roottrie Mania, and Nonham. Okay. It's okay. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Okay, so yeah, we have been paid, but we still live in this rundown apartment. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. We suck. We not move. I guess we didn't want to make it too obvious, because if we suddenly moved to a mansion, it would probably, In March, the Roottrie Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark was announced as a permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancy Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. After the announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees. mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5Ps is the only noticeable person on the updated tree. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottrees publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a root tree. This music would send me to sleep. Uh-oh. The Roottrees legal team was then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps.
FBI, open up!
Fucking hell. And in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a root tree. Hello, young lord. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Jane Doe Roottrie. How's everyone doing? Well, after that heart attack, I'm doing okay. In July, an anonymous woman who the press began to refer to as Anonymum, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottrie led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottrie. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottrie, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree Mania saga. Oh my god. You are keeping me awake. I think someone is trying to keep me awake. As more and more of Anonymum's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottree Mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, 2 months later, it feels like a distant memory. Jesus, a lot happened. Okay. Oh. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Below is a reminder, some of those notable beats. Okay. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline's art book. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones' website. Ronald and his brother Robert go by Ron and Robbie. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Few dead ends, like a Loilesis Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda. Seriously, I must look up gentle slow jazz for sleep. Oh no. Caroline Morden sculptures were not useful. Why? Huh? What's this game about? We have to put together... No clue, but Rock and Peg is here. We have to put together a family tree. We're being paid to, like, figure out who is a blood relative and who gets money by going through files and stuff. Sounds hard. I ain't counting. I see how it is. Poor Phoebe. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. Great! What a stereotype! I'll be beating you sooner. Beating you sooner? Ara, stop poking Phoebes. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the woman to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. This is like being in the back of the car. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? True. Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. I'm not touching you! Who's touching who? So help me, I will turn this car around! Can we skip this song? No. Okay, well, I would put money... Wait, where's the tree? I would put money... Okay, so this is someone we know. This is someone we know. This is someone we know. Update. I would say this is probably Stephanie. What was her name? Just so I remember, and we'll see if I'm right. Stephanie Landon. Especially because we know this guy. Is he Bill? No. Brian? Brian Jones. And they have a baby now, I'm guessing. Because she was pregnant. Ew, who farted? Oh my god. Guys, if you all stop, I will get you all McNuggies. I'm trying to sort out the family tree here. Insert lie parents tell about the car light being on all night being illegal. Isn't it illegal? Okay, let's look up set. Oh my god. No, but Phoebe, you make the wheels go around it. It's true. Oh, that dial-up sound. Okay. Stephanie Landon. That's her name, wasn't it? Oh, don't do this to me. Landon. The sound of Peg's childhood. No, mine didn't load that quick. This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months and now might be... Okay, so she's a Jones now, so maybe... Maybe we type in Stephanie Jones then. Oh! Nice. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a photo of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. The second is what's next. There's not much of a substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay. Aww. Cute. Adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie's giving her signature thumbs up. Oh, great. I'm gonna be on mobile a while because I'm gonna sort some stuff in the kitchen. No worries. Okay, so this is Stephanie. This is Brian, and this is Baby, who... Oh my lord. Caroline? Oh, Carol, I guess? And they're married, so she'd be born Jones. Right? Kitchen in the cat. God, I love you guys all joining in with the city car talk. Camper van, probably. Okay, so men in positions of power. Men with positions of power. Oh yeah, there's also a notable person. We can start with that. Who was that? The guy who was a Roottrees, 5Ps. God, you ready to search 5Ps? 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottrees. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 Pieces, an article you find on a website known for their publicity. Gives the most recent album Root of All Evil 1 star out of 7. Is this in-game music? Yes. I can't turn it off. The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new. Cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Gasp. Okay, a lot to unpack here. Let's search for this thing. Okay, so they've both been in not Rootree, News Time. 5p. Then a week later, Miracle. Oh, are both of them? Oh, so this is a Rootree apparently. Can I? No. Bag yeah. Storage batting says initially used as fake. Proves he was related to Guy Hudson. I mean, that doesn't mean he is Guy's son, right? What if this is like Zachariah? Pipey says his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired. They found her dead from an overdose. Boxed in the back of his closet, it's like the love letters and a photo related to Guy Hudson. He says it was the only one that they were dressed. The only one not from the affair itself. He has only recently started going as 5Ps. Developed the Roottrees company as secretary. She died of a drug overdose. Felix went to foster care. Okay. Oh, I see. And this is Miracle being Miracle. Detective Peg. I hate this guy. His whole branch of the family is very suspect. He starts with 6 pieces of content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her, that Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. How dare you! He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Oh, Miracle. Oh, Miracle. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. Pivot! He can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. And that now, at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees, while he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County. The last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most noticeable families on your own time! Miracle Jr. did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRoe through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. Okay. So this is potentially Felix, but also apparently David. Apparently. And he is rapper a separate job, or is it still just musician? Okay, yeah, it's musician. So hopefully this will lock in. No. I'm guessing that's not his name. Where did we find his name as David? We found that somewhere, right? I swear I remember reading that. His real name is David. David what? David. David Decker? No. Wait, is Guy the guy that had 5 affairs? I am shook. Wait, so what was his mother called? Because apparently that's now important. Is it the one after this? Why did I read the guy? The guy. He's the guy. Where did I read about his mum? How did I miss whatever was... I'm guessing it was probably on this. I can't remember anymore. But it's not Stephanie. So it's here somewhere. His birth name was David Fellows. David Fellows. Oh, right, she's a politician. That's a baby. That's her partner. Oh my god. Where did I find his mother? That's so annoying. What did I heckin' search? Is he lying about the time? Others claim he was likely just trying to make himself sound, or what is it, in response to some of the more questionable lyrics. He was stating multiple times that he was just a dumb kid. Okay, I don't really know what this is giving me, but maybe there's something in these names. Raina. Oh god. Includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin Raina in a list of attractive women. Damn. Well, I suppose I can at least update Miracle's stupid picture. No, I can't. Apparently I can't. Wait, no. Because if I can't update this, then this means Miracle is in here somewhere. Which implies Miracle had an affair. I don't quite know where to go from here, if I'm honest. There's a lot. A hecky lot. I guess... Oh ho ho, how the turntables. Do you get what I mean? I think that's what it's implying. Joanna. Oh, that's where I would have read it. Or one of these somewhere. Duh. Joanna. Okay, oh god. Right. So his mother is Joanna. And that's her. And she was a secretary. So we're thinking this is Guy Hudson, who was president number 3. Okay, we've locked some stuff in. Let's see what's locked in. Were we correct about Guy? Is Guy a dirty little cheat? Guy! Guy, I am shook. Oh,
Has
hello.
Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Hi, welcome in.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees.
Really?
First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Yeah, maybe you're not such a good judge of
I
character,
felt
Sam.
terrible. So I began helping the other because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded.
You mean David?
I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there, but the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope, but you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hope.
Dense records. Oh, I love those. Right, what we got? We've got photo, which means snap, 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 snap. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottrie. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. I mean, it sounds like he's into music, which kind of makes me think Jim was a bit loosey-goosey. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrie. Oh. How the turns have tabled. So one of these somewhere. Actually, no, it would be this one because they're just kids, right? Oh, get fucked, Miracle. Wait. His name's not here though. Wait, what? No! My case! My case! What was their name? I've already forgotten the name. I just saw it. What the hell? Mary Beth. Oh no, it wouldn't be here because this is Guy. So this is one of these. Ooh, it's the original one, right? Mary Beth Clementine, who is this girl, who is a musician. Miracle. Claim to hurt. Stuart, the older boy wearing a vest. I'm not saying they're her kids. Oh. Are you ready for a big read? Is this the other... Oh god, there's more. Oh lord. And I saw Zach's name. The haters always gonna hate. Oh boy. Right. Guy secretaries and visiting overseas. Oh, we're gonna have a lot. Okay, leadership was Zach. Special management was Ernest. Office staff, Edward, Lloyd, Carl, Elizabeth. Product management, Eli, Fred, Albert, Douglas. Secretaries... Oh god. Do you think he had an affair with all of his secretaries? Joanna Robertson, for one thing. So that's her last name. Oh, yeah, no, he mentioned a dad somewhere, and I can't remember who that was. God's sake. I wish I was better at, fucking knowing what to look for where. It said somewhere who he was raised with. Riley. Gosh, I hate beautiful women. I mean, I presume this is... Okay, this definitely is the first affair. But which order did he have the affairs in, eh? God, this is going to be a scandalous time. Major expenses, none. Okay. Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest as special management. Patrick Decker was hired. Ellie C. Roottree is no longer employed by Roottrees. Why did Ellie step down? Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Oh, because she got married. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. God, his secretaries changed a lot. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. And Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus. Zach Morden retirement party. Who's Beth Knox? Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Edward, Elizabeth, and Lloyd are no longer employed by Roottree. Raffatoons is now listed as office staff. Raffatoons was Clark's advertising firm, I think. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed. That's a lot of women. So many women are being hired. This is so suspect. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jet are no longer employed by Roottree. Emily and Sam were hired. Sam Cottrell was definitely in the last family tree somewhere. William Sams was hired. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for a year. Interesting. Presidential office referment, development for caviar, retirement party, Christmas bash, expenses to Australia, China, France, and Brazil. Butterscotch was a flavor. I mean, that makes sense for a sweet, right? Caviar, not so much, but butterscotch makes sense. A lot of expenses. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around for very long. Edward, Corinne. I can't even keep up. Gwyneth is no longer employed, but a Gwyneth Cottrell is now listed. Strawberry, I mean, that makes sense. What's Zigua? No idea. Caviar. Strawberry, Zigua. Butterscotch. Caviar. New Year's. Grandorf. Oh my god. Guy Hudson died, so the first few months of the year continued on the same pattern as always. Sam Madsen left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Carl joined as special management. Susan Ford is no longer employed. No changes, no changes. Douglas was rehired. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. I'm going to copy that. They probably have records. Sugar Plum was cancelled after 5 months. Strawberry was cancelled. Cigarette was cancelled. I don't get why like strawberry and butterscotch were cancelled. They sound like plausible flavors, yeah? And that's when Root started. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine nee Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure she had some pretty credible facts. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Oh, okay. So they did have a baby. Stuart, who is this guy. Right? Is that what that's implying? They had a baby who was adopted because they're an advocate for that, apparently. Right? So I'm guessing this is the right tree. Okay, so let's start looking up some of these things. Okay, so that's a no-go. Kind of a pain. Gina Clementine. And it says you're police. Interesting. So wait, who could I search? It said we could search someone. I think we go to... What was her name? We searched this Mary Beth Clementine. Mary Beth? Ugh. Fine. Clementine. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The music sounds like a get to know each other date. I've always had difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardships through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. Mary Beth, ever since I heard her voice. When I heard her personal story, I knew I had to help her in any way I could. I was going to ask if I wanted to dance. Oh, please. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest house. Oh, so maybe this is... this is the branch. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. Her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but she doesn't clarify. Oh, okay, that hasn't updated. I'm trying to figure out which one of these it is then. Because if she had another son, right? If she had a son before him. But then I'm confused about this bit. 1949. What date is this? From 1949. Okay, so it's this one. Damn it, everyone move everything over. This is Wait, that means there was an affair even sooner? Wait, also, did it say Miracle the 4th? Oh no, Miracle the 3rd. Okay. Okay. And this was Mary Beth Clementine, who is I presume she's a musician. But now I'm confused, like, does this mean this is the child who she was in? Bugger if I know. I mean, I think he's still together with his wife, which would mean this is Regina. And this has to be Stuart. Clementine, who is a police officer. I don't know who the first one is. I'm guessing that's her husband. Maybe? Question mark. So what if we search for Stuart Clementine? He has no web presence. Duck, give us a little prod. Okay, that is a good place to start. They're right. Back up, everyone. Back. We have a list. So first, let's Google 6 pieces. There's an older version of this page in the Time Travel Archive. Show me older. Upcoming book by Sam Madsen. Okay, so we'll check that in a second. Reviews are mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. The fallout from the book led to the Roottrees company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting statements. Okay, let's start searching all these. Pulled away, employees began hiring other customers. I don't think that had anything. But this term might. No president of Roottrees, but the entire family was made aware of the roots of the book. Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. To contact Mrs. Madison and her family immediately. Also stated that company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to reset the client's trust terms. So originally Ron was meant to co-own, but he doesn't for some reason. Okay, so I'm thinking we need to go to Sam Madison. And what was the 6 pieces? Let's have a look-see. Ah, this bloke again. Until her daughter Gwyneth. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Guy, you piece of trash. Okay, but I don't have to put your wife anywhere. That's good. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumour has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. When he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Which is why caviar is on the list. Elias himself, the main man, might have cheated. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Instead of it being a natural course of events, she mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. A different Elizabeth from the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. So it sounds like our third scummy man, because apparently they're all scummy men. That's not me being... Oh, there it is. That's not me being sexist. We just have evidence. Which suggests that all 3 of the cheaters are men. Not every dude is scummy. No, and I stand by that. But it also sounds like in this family tree, something may have happened. Okay. So what did that tell us about Guy? Is his second... Is this secretary... Is there another Elizabeth? Is there 2 Elizabeths? We get a mix in the world of nice and all naughty. Yeah, exactly. I literally just mean in this game's capacity. Okay, so let me try to figure out this. One of the farm supervisors. Is that a thing as well? No. The Roottry dudes? Not great, honestly. No, not really. Evidence would suggest Carl seemed okay. A caterer from a restaurant called Antolis. Okay. No, not work time temp. I need Antolis. Copy. They seem to cut out the actual nice ones. 1992, the owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on at the time. She was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Christine Gerald responded. She and her husband, Steve, who were a chef at Antolis, met years ago, and when she delivered produce from her mother's farm, Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. I've got some food ready for later. It has to chill. Hell yeah. So there's a secretary who is currently pregnant. And her name is Christine Garland. Is Christine on this list? She sure is. And she was married to her husband, Steve. Or Steven. My. I mean, I wonder if that's what we were meant to get from this. Not entirely sure. But we'll go back to our first, so then it's the Roottry Rift. So what if we just search the Roottry Rift? The Roottry Rift. Oh, I already read this. Yeah, we read this. Okay, so we didn't get anything from that one, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. Red herrings, that's fine. Oh yeah, Clark himself. Clark Rafferty LaRoe. Let's do that. Clark Rafferty. Okay, no, we want the new one. It was announced that both Clark and Ron would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. But 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced Clark was the new permanent resident. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Laura Roottry. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. First move was a statement in favour of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. Also served as an announcement that the Clancy Trust will no longer be handled by anyone in the family. None of them could ever be impartial. True. What if we search for the trust? Jazz. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust. It seems that these two who trusted... it seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottry at the direction of Elias Roottry, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked. in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. You should satisfy with their share. Oh wait, this is another name, so we could search that. Okay. It's head lawyer Ruby Spratt. Who's this? He's an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man. Oh. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Picote for an article about a book she'd been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Oh, it all links. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion on pictures that she never had the rights to publish. Oh! Oh, baby. There's a link here. I can feel it. Okay, I thought that would be a site. It's not. Unless we do Picote magazine. No, wait, no. Picote magazine. There we go. Okay. The particular issue, the Big Sassy Band copy. Oh, baby. It was an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Picote had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Give me the picture. Give me... Oh. Basil Bob? Wait, is this it? Where are the missing pages? Unless you want to read about potentially demonic fish toy. Not really, but... Okay, so I would guess... So what was the book called? Where is it? There's something here. I can feel it. I just need to know the sequence of events. Cicely Sanchez. I just don't get what that page was telling us. Pages removed. There's something here, you know what I mean? It sucks. It seems weird. It seems weird. Okay, where's this email? I could just search her. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Yes, adopted. Let's go with that. Under unusual circumstances. Have been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Sterling who? Sterling who? I'm drawing up a blank. So we looked at 5Ps, Roottrees Mania and Onomot. Roottrees Mania. Silly question. Is mentioned African American. Is there anything in family about that, like with November? Not directly, but it did mention her on one of the very early things. It made a point of bringing her up. So it's something to put a pin in. Oh. No, not Lauren's Diaries again! VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda. Do I have to get these back out? Oh, I can't remember what they were called. Am I supposed to know? She began suffering from Alzheimer's. Maybe you were supposed to know. Maybe. Author of Our Life Between Wars. Okay. Here we go again. Oh wait, we just happened to miss this one last time, but there was a section about potential affairs. Right. Okay, yeah. While it offered only redundant information during previous investigation, it mentions subject of affairs. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most seem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch? Someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match. In the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's gentle spite. In turn, Pops' status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for each other for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, saying blood's thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember them. Not even our family's melodies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in Miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay, so what did that actually teach us? That Miracle's unfaithful, which we kind of knew. Eli, please remember them. Elias. Please remember. What would THA Sam? Oh, Sam. Please remember Sam. I mean, we know that already anyway. All of this, and it didn't teach us anything. Okay, and the other one from that list was Anonymum. Which, oh god, how do I spell Anonymum. She claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Rootree. The accusation came during the height of Rootomania. Hey Attila, how's it going? We're doing good, thank you. She appeared in the shadows of a disguised voice in a promoted article about herself in News Time. I mean, I presume we've already searched that, but if we haven't... She referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootree. The name Anonym was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up originally because no one knew how else to refer to her. Sam Mudson publicly supported Anonym. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the 5P story so much, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clancy Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymum's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymum and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Yeah, I'm going okay, thank you. I haven't been up long, so, like, eyes are, like, heavy. Not Roottrees. Doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. True. She had every right to make her claim, as it had been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave the family alone. Girl, when did you wake up? About 11. I just realised it's now 3 o'clock. How did that happen? Jane Doe Rootree has already been eliminated as a potential new Rootree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymous affair does not appear on your updated tree. So what did this tell me? 5 P's of positions. Really? You think 5 P's is the way to go here? Okay, apparently 5 P's is the way to go here. Okay, give me root of evil. He retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. Wait, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request a video on MTV. Do I have to look up this guy? I mean, I don't think I should, but just in case. Oh, she? Never mind. After suing multinational sandwich company, his 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. Okay, none of it is relevant. So, Never mind. So probably not this one. No, I don't want to go back to Anonymous. I still want to go back to history. Right, where am I looking? Where am I looking? Did it? All your problem. What? What? All right, let's do this. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. 5P's triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want to play this. Should we listen to 5P's?
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5P's coming at you from
Oh
the
boy.
real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Oh. I don't like it.
Root of all your
Man,
problems.
y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on
That
your
Madsen
family's
chick
creations.
and her two
But look at her,
dads.
sonny, don't you come for our
Don't
money, or
reference
you
it
might
like
burn
that.
in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't.
I hate this
When
music
all
so
of your work that came
much.
free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you
I'm
give
looking
me
for a
kiss,
name.
You'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You
I'm not
sell
seeing
the
anything.
The world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons with a needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share, that's
Well-
actually extortion. With your candy.
Thanks. I don't want no. It mentioned that Madsen chick. Yeah, that's Sam, isn't it? I want to say that's Sam Madsen. No, yeah, Sam Madsen. And these are the dads. So technically, Sam and her two dads. Could you still read the lyrics? We can. I just didn't see anything in there that kind of struck. But we'll have another look. It's catchy. Does that mean they're implying there's something in the chorus? My pappy's cleansed trust should keep you away. So he thinks his pappy is Guy. So what, Guy's cleansed trust? When you give me a kiss, you know just where to aim. I mean, if you're hinting at Miracle's infidelity, got that. We got it. Sermons like a preacher. Yeah, that's Miracle. Reminders in your evidence. Okay. Where is my reminders? Here? This has 8 things to fucking make note of. Oh, we have the old archive. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. Good to know. There was a page somewhere. Oh, here. Right. So yeah, where was the thing about November? November Roottrees was really difficult to place. Are we searching November? Because Rock also mentioned November. But it wants me to check Caroline Morden. So we'll do this the old-fashioned way first. Okay. After the release of Six Pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you more of a history about Caroline and some of her family members. Okay, if this is also about her daughter, we already placed her, so that's going to be pointless, but we'll try. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. And then she replied, yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a oh, because she's gay. Okay, yeah, so this covers that bit, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife. Not legally, but we've been together for half of our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. So he had an affair in Europe and I'm guessing got caught because of the missing tooth? No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was an workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did, except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Sermon is like a cult of a lamb. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, and nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Yeah, I'm just pleased we're not on this story. So what? We learnt that he... It's so hard to place his affairs. Oh, I bet I know who that's trying to reference. Where is it? I'm looking for a picture. You. Oh, what was your website? We're looking for this guy's website, and I can't remember what it's called. Where would it be? I brought everyone coffee. I still don't drink coffee, but thank you. I'm sure those of it do will appreciate. How did I get to Rafferty? Bloody hell, how did I get to him? Oh, Jim and the Diamonds, right? He was talking about his uncle. Oh god, okay, we'll go James Root. We'll call it James Roottree. I'll have your cut peg, no worries. I bet you will. I think it was through this. Oh no, it was about their fans, right? Click show latest. Diamond Dazzlers. I think we searched this. Maybe not. How the hell did we find him? Unless it was through the dad. Who are you, James? No, Chris... Chris Rafferty. Because he had that website, didn't he? And then we got to the cousins. I mean, I presume it's talking about him because... Oh my god, it's so hard to keep track of everything. Because it mentions him here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, Chris Raff. There we go. Okay, we got there. Seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pages of his cousins. Instead is a list of questions that people keep emailing him. Okay. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. Wait, what? What photo? Why did you take a picture of that? Okay, so this is Guy, the sleazeball. And this is one of the women who has a tattoo. So that's probably notable, I guess. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visits and tours. Okay, so that used to be you little shit. That used to be you. That used to be you, you smug little git. Although, and this is probably one of the women who you've seduced. Good to know. How did you approve of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Okay. I don't know if that actually helped us. To be honest. Oh, there was a book. It was Elias Family Man or something, right? Was that in the old... It was like Elias Family Man or something? But I don't think it's any of these. No, that's Business Watch. Is it one of these? No, this was the Charles Lee thing. Damn it! Okay, maybe we search Elias, which is going to be a pain in the ass, but... Elias Roottrees. The rise to support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organisations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says, check back later, there's no date listed. The quote from Bess Williams. We're looking for Bess Williams. Okay, yeah. Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy. By Bess Williams. Okay, so now this is important, apparently. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political point of view. Okay. But if they were to replace the definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Okay, but what does this do for me? Yeah, what does this do for me? What did this give me? Apart from a new picture of Elias. Which I don't really need. Oh, I suppose I need a picture for him. So I guess there's that. Yeah, I already did that, right? Mods, get him! Oh, it's been a while. Been a while since we heard that one. Find out her last name. Look in company records for a match on her first name. That is a good shout. Although I thought we did that. Okay. Juliet. Joanna Robertson. I thought we put Robertson. Yeah, I did. Oh, she was the cashier? Okay. Okay. Was she? She was listed under secretary. Oh, so it is confirmed that Elias did a cheaty, guys. As did Miracle. Got cake? Hell yeah. Damn. We know the cheaty scumbags. We know each of them. And they are strong men who are in positions of power. Cheating little shits. Okay, so I don't know what we're gonna count Mary Beth as, so I'll just leave it for now. Cheating fox. Okay, give me some hints, Duck. You should look more into Mary. I'm trying. Does it? Okay, Mary Beth Clementine. New Edison. According to a website about the history of the recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Well, we got an extra name. People empowered. Cheat. I'm shook. I know. Clutch those pearls, Crit. Clutch those pearls. You also find a new reference to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the old rugged cross. Okay. Men cheat. I am shook. The first edition was before she legally changed her name. Huh? Sued by the estate of Thomas Edison. Wait, the estate of the Thomas Edison? A website about lawsuits mentions that this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who calls himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Oh, so does that mean he's not... Wait. He's not... Sterling. Wait, where's Sterling? He's not Edison. He is... Oh, what did they just say? What did they just say? They said a name and... Edsel. Which would make her Edsel. I think. I can't remember now. Nah, surely Clementine. I think. Mary Beth's birth name. Did it? Oh, okay. We need to do the... Right, okay. Look, I don't mind using this to give me a bit of a nudge, okay? A little bit of a nudge. Okay, so the old rugged cross. What would be... Modern Music Monthly? Artist is Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. And I'm guessing she was a musician, as we initially thought. Yeah, I got that. Mark Clementine. Oh, we need to look up Mark. Oh, the scandal. Okay. Mark Clementine. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website called the Infamy List. It is a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He's a pretty big entry. He seems to like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airplane's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. Wow. Where's this picture? Where? Oh yeah, now this looks like a Roottrees. Smuggling reptile. Well. The plot she thickens. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Hang on, 5Ps is Portland, isn't he? I don't think so. We'll check in a second. It's the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organisation, from trustworthy to tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards. As heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony, Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims responded very famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Guy Bond! Okay, so we need to put Billy Sims into all of these. Not only do they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at the school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. There we go. That's something anyway. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked at an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975, lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter and she felt she needed to get out when things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that no one would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so that's something. So these two girls have Webb as a surname. But we don't know who, which is fine. Maybe I'll try the other ones just in case. Teen Blast. No. Bugger. Did it? Did it though? Where is not anonym, it was Antonellis. Copy. Okay, what? So we search her. Rochelle and her husband Mark was mentioned about his business. When he was sued by Steve Garland. Do I recognize that name? How he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonis. The beloved mentions he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month. He can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. Sounds important. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland, and after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons. How did we get to this? Why are we this far in? I can't figure it out. It was short fiction about how he learned it. They usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bin salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Okay, so we need to go to Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Okay. Garnishing the Truth. Excuse me. Come again. Thank you for the hydrator, Teller. Okay. So then where do we go from this? Because it doesn't appear apparently. What would it be listed as? Oh, Garland and Zimmer. Maybe you can try it. Okay. The first is Christine. Thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. If I first met Steve in 1978, who taught me a cooking class. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. Wait, so wait, what? I'm confused by how we got here. Oh wait, Garland. Christine, thank you for everything. James and Robert. Right? Is that what we're meant to get from this? But one of them is related to Guy? Who should be... Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. You're both good chefs. Oh, so they're chefs. You're both good chefs. I mean, unless this is something to search, but I doubt it. We prefer cocktails. So grab a bite at his kids' joint, Friday. Are we gonna get pictures? A short story about this little website called My Boston Homepage. Can we Google that? We're getting in depth here, folks. No, grab the E. Grab the E. There's a comic book store in Cambridge called the Millennium Picnic. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Friday seems to be connected to your search anyway. Okay. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in the chef's signature, so I went and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Okay, so we searched this. Okay. And then we type in Friday. And we copy Friday. No, we don't. Friday. We're gonna get pictures. Samosa cone. The cover and main article have been added to your evidence. Oh, look at these guys. Just trying to live life. Which one of these looks like they could be a root tree? Oh, there we go. We found a root tree, boy! This guy is entitled to a lot of money. Wow. Come in.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of
I
a
want to
rough
believe
patch.
Clark's a good guy.
Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
It does.
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think
I
we
bet.
deserve it more than anyone else.
Miracle.
I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
Oh yeah, we know
I
him.
want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics.
Has
They
there?
sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing
No,
their
that
DNA.
sounds right.
What you've done so far has been very useful.
Okay, yeah. So a decent root tree guy. Could it be? I mean, this guy seems kind of nice. I mean, you wouldn't think these two are half brothers. I presume that's what it's implying, but. So he's one of Guy's kids. He's one of Guy. Guy likes to produce illegitimate sons. Oh yeah, no, one of these is a legitimate root tree. I can't tell. I'm guessing Stuart. Guy likes to produce guys. True. Is there any point doing this? I mean, I doubt it. No. Okay. Goatee bite attaches it. Wait, what? It did. Okay, we're going back to Rafferty. History. How did we get there? Not Clark. Update Chris. Wait, I saw it. Yes. Where did it mention the weirdos? Does it? Oh, older, I guess. Maybe? Question mark? Oh, the curse. Of course. Of course. That should have known. Should have known. Eight months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor count has reached 7 digits. Okay, more than one of his theories involve Roottrees deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. It just works. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the "guy's not dead" theory. In his own words, "My eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense." One of his posts detailed the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge. Gwyn Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5Ps. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs when he was performing under the devil name actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Look, if you don't know, I mean, not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving a hint for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decipher a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness, and is working out what it means. There is also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees, red-handed in Operation R229. God. Oh, it's irrelevant. Okay. Guy's not dead, eh? Should we search that? Oh. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles. Sorry about that. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree company, Felt, and introduced multiple failed products. Felt. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back into the favour of the consumers. So they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorised that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. Maybe I'm just a freak, but if I wanted to hide a big secret, I simply wouldn't be giving people clues about it. The people who run this site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picotee. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. You add them to your evidence. Okay, what's page 2? Right. Okay. Is this the same thing we read? Okay. No, it's not. This is actually the actual author now. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve actually, the last night of 1978. Guy likes to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learnt who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I'd finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great. But then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover up. That was the only interesting aspect to Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell, and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my final draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottrees Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same ones Elias wore. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottrees Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. Oh my god. How many kids does he have? These weird flavors that he's coming up with. Are they to do with the kids? How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What were the flavors? Caviar, strawberry, butterscotch, ouvry or something? I bet you anything those weird ass flavors are his kids. Because he's trying to emulate his granddad. And caviar, whoever he met in Brazil, I bet you their child starts with C. It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone in his legal department. I could pull off my name, books, at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it, in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, take notes, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trip overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. So what, his final affair was with Susan? I'm guessing. Oh, also we have this. The photo is from a magazine with Cicely Sanchez in Picote. The issue of Picote magazine that it came was pulled from the shelves. Picote does not label individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees company for use in her book. In the background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez in Picote. The issue of Picote magazine comes from when it does not label individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely provided by photos by her book. Okay, so that's Zach. Right? That is Zach. And these are... Ugh, why is he Swami, whatever, in every single photo of him? He's just a piece of work. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madston? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumours, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, which I'll copy. But I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about. But I did. Robin? And I would... Wait, no, spouse. Spouse. Is this Robin? And is this her spouse? Sam mentions guys' affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. Same thing. I'm assuming you only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made them more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Get fucked. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Oh, die Scandal. Die Scandal. There's secretary in Pico T photo 2. Due to the timing of Zach's retirement, there's only one person this could be. Oh god. Christine Garland is the only secretary relevant to investigations at the company during Zach's retirement. Oh, so this is Christine. I see. And then we potentially have a match for two of the other women, kind of. We have names. Christine, according to the company records, Christine Farrow is the birth name of Christine Garland. Oh, I see. So she's a pharaoh. Well, not an actual pharaoh, I mean. Does that mean she's a secretary? Cicely Sanchez mentioned a lot of juicy information in her interview, but there's only a few things. Yes, we were gonna Google that. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavoured 5 pieces, released at the end of 1978, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavour, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio de Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporado de Sauces, Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay. Edson is a former mayor of Avalanche, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. This are 2 side effects. He became quite rich. Second, many locals were relocated. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerade. Let's just quickly search that. Okay, nothing important there. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs. When he was defeated in the first election of the military government was no longer in control. I feel like this is probably the father of one of the ladies he slept with. Can I search? Nice. Nice Easter egg. Okay, so what were these two scandals? Or was that here? Let's check Nova Opera. That. Okay, we already had this. It's a stump. Although, how would I Google a strike? Sonia Suarez? You can try it. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction. Oh god. That has a small section dedicated to him. Oh god, we're not entering fanfic, are we? It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories seem to either ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign, Libra, his favourite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. Where is he? He's got to be one of the Roottrees. To Natasha. Like, I could be wrong about this. So what exactly is he? News anchor. Is that one of the options? You son of a gun. I'm just really confused if I'm even going about this the right way. But I'm guessing this dude is a baby. But maybe my theory is wrong. Because I don't know. There wasn't a raspberry flavor. It was strawberry, right? There's information about, but there is one thing that could also be a lead. Oh, you know what? I did think about that and then I forgot. Also my bad. Let's check out Ashley York. She's British. Who does ads for perfume? Clothing and jewellery. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. Okay, so she's in magazines, which would imply... what's her name? Copy. Teen Blast. This appearance doesn't lead to any information, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio. I was in Rio for Carnival and he was one of the parade floats. Or he was on one of the parade floats. I have no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realised that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Media Empire. Which would imply his mother is someone I need to know that for. So I'm guessing she's a media mogul. Sonia Alves. Maybe. Common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public eye. Koi Pond? Maybe Koi Pond. Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in hometown of Brazil. She continued to work in television until 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was a perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. So no other relationships, meaning she would be here. So I think we have this. We just need a picture. Roottrees, Brazil. Oh. Oh, is this so? Oh. I don't know who that makes this man. If anyone. Maybe her father? But I don't need to know any of his, kids' parents, do I? No. Is divorced? Wait, so she is the woman in the fourth... What? What? Okay, back again. We're going back. So this is Sonia Alves, who is a media mogul. This guy is back as your ex. And this is Sora's Flavio. Who is a news anchor, apparently. Where did we hear about you being divorced? Yeah, it doesn't say she's divorced. You know what I mean? Wait, what? Retreat everywhere. Look into her name? I think we did. I'll just do this lead while we're here. Information about the history online, you can glean the following. Roottrees candy has been distributed globally. Oh, so he had a kid on all of his holidays, basically. Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly in the UK. Not France. This started with 4, but it had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Alright, we're going to Oz. According to the history website for Roottrees Oz, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the company at the time. Search. Just give me a woman. That's one way to collect holiday souvenirs, I suppose. Much like clients interested for profits, the profits of the Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees Company and Martin himself. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter Robin Martin, who we suspected was here. So now I suspect this is Robin Martin. Maybe. Question mark. Okay, maybe we search her. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world list. Okay. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumour somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You'll find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous, and has a punchline including Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seems to lean into the rumours. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply satisfied partner on it. Great. Love that. Besides the jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band U2 for whatever reason. I mean, that wouldn't come up with anything, would it? No. We're sure Robin's eggs doesn't have anything. Okay, apparently we're starting with Asia. Okay. History. You mean China? Unless that's saying that she doesn't have any kids and she's not one of the ones, I guess. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family. They made a deal to import bulk and package Roottrees candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Long Hangyu took control upon his death. Does it sound interesting? He only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control. After Hongyu died in 19, part of the oldest child for the next generation, Lang Xingyu. Okay, I guess we're looking that up. Should have thought of that in retrospect. So Lang is her last name, is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Thai Textile Company. Just let me quickly Google that. I'm we'll go back. We'll jump to it if we need to. This is her looking very official. Oh. She was recently listed in an article on the website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered, which also might be a keyword. Nope. Due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Lang Jingyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him into his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Goes back at least 250 years. During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Lang Hongbo, in China's family name comes first, so Lang is her last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on the website. His younger brother Lang Hongyu is featured on the history section directly following him. The current CEO is a woman listed as simply Xingyu. The site doesn't list her last name, although she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Tranquilts, and a third is of the piece of Asia. Did somebody say Koi Pond? Quite a few people have been saying Koi Pond. Okay, so that apparently doesn't have any bearing. I'm sure this is probably telling me something, but I cannot see it. By husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. The Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Hang Jua and Linda is Lang Jinyo. Is that the woman we're kind of looking at? If so, that would probably imply that she's the final affair. How's it going, Tempsy? Jerry and Linda Han. Jerry and Linda Han. Jerry and Linda Han. Jerry and Linda Han. Hello, hello, hello. Right, do I just set to this? We'll get back to it in a second. Starting to feel a bit more normal today. Yay! I'm okay, thank you. I'm just really tired. I'm like constantly just mentally drained right now, I think. It's all good. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. They offer fabrics. The business is said to be... Okay, we already saw this. So we need to go to Hanging with the Hands. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Moretti song, with how ironic it all ended up. Okay, so... Really? Really? No, back with the hands. Silly work. It's going okay, actually. I can't complain. It's just a lot. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall. I was obsessed with Robert Redford. Okay. Is a redhead. So she's into redheads. Very interesting. You know Alanis Morris. No. I don't know if you're even... I don't think she does, but if she had the ironic song, she might. Probably. I'm just a young girl. Somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kid's a complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. I can't fathom life without Alanis. I'm so sorry for you. I don't understand. Lucy, oh my god. I can't place which one of these sisters I'm meant to be placing. Lucy Lang. Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talon-Claw. Team Talon-Claw are one of only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tone Ix. And a third Lucy Lang works in... Battle Bots. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic. He's a lead synergy and engineer who is listed as being ranked one of the top facilities in the world by Business Watch magazine. Is there something I have to search? No. It's you recognize their names, but none of them are relevant to your current investigation. What do you want from me? Wait, it's not even that one? Is it Team Talon-Claw? I bet it's Team Talon-Claw. I'm loving the ducks. Quack, quack. As team captain, Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang. I mean, I'll Google one of them, see if it comes up, but no. So, is this the one? Like the wind? This is a lot of information if it's a dead end. I've got into bed with the cats. Hell yeah, very cute. Which one is it, game? Tell me. Wait, it's actually the Team Talon-Claw one? That's amazing. Mid-Eastern University. Charlie's on me. Missy's under the legs again. The head roll. Team Talon-Claw. I'm quite like to be in bed with cats right now, not gonna lie. Is this the girl? Is this the BattleBot girl? Langmin with Talon-Claw, the robot she worked at. You found it in the school's newspaper. Yeah, but where is she? Lang Xing. Oh my god. Xing Yu. Lang. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd call her. Lucy? Are we calling her Lucy? Or Langmin? She's not an easy. What would she be? A battle bot? I mean, she's in college. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's in college. Can confirm. What did we get right? Tell us. Okay. All right. Not bad. Not good, but not bad. So I'm not quite sure where that leaves Lang. Where was the thing where we got information about her? She runs a business with many textile factories. So what would that put her as? Textile. Would she be retail? Manufacturing, maybe? Is no. No, it is not. I thought we did the Billy Sims thing. Hikoti. Okay, we'll try. We'll get back to her in a minute. Billy Sims. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by this person. Used to be named Lucinda. Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Wait, who? His daughter Mary. Graduating. So would she still be at college? Who is Billy Sims? Who is this? I forgot. Who's Billy? And who's Lucinda? Also, why does this bring me here? Oh my god. Oh, I see what it was asking me to do now. Yeah, so it would be Lucinda Jacobson. Does that imply he... got with Lucinda, but he got with Colleen Webb. Unless this is Lucinda. What are you trying to tell me, Duck? I suppose I should have probably looked up Mary Webb. Mary Webb. A web on the website. Okay, we'll get back to that in a minute. I said. Was it Lucy or was it Mary? Who was I looking at? I guess we'll never know. What's sad, Peg? I'm not sad. Mary Webb from her website, Web on the Web, paranormal travel agency. Niche booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and to come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed on the top left. The company also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. They have archives of logs that have been saving since 1993. One of them from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and prints out most of the questions and answers are predicted. Oh my god. So she's a travel agent. Is that what you wanted me to know? LBP. Lebanese pound. Lower back pain. Lead-based paint. Low blood pressure. Louisiana Board of Pharmacy. Or Long Beach, Venezuela. Some businesses also include lint building physics, luxury bridal photography, Lexington baby photographs. I don't know. What were we talking about? Photographer. Unrelated. Bugger. I mean, it could be publishing. Oh, I see another one too. Fog. I'm guessing it's Lincoln Baby Photography. Yep. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead, as it mentions Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it is a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. Oh, I mean, that is kind of cute. It takes after his father. Cam. Oh, so this is Cam. Oh wait, I think I know what this is trying to tell me. This is Mary Webb with the travel agent. Is this Val? Photographer? No, is that not an option? Maybe I don't know. Tell me. Wait, Val's last name? Oh, Val Lincoln? What do you mean? So she does exist. Are there two Val Lincolns? I mean, there could be. Tenor photo magazine. Okay, I haven't even searched that, so. Val. No. Bugger. Val Lincoln. Which features one of his photos. This is where the portion of the article have been added to your evidence. Oh, he's a he? Bugger. Wait, no? I don't know anymore. A photo, he went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo of the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly learned he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and 3 periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but he didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he brought me my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. Lisa Clementine. Something about this isn't working. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Clementine, not Webb. I'm sure it's when they were born, and I think she was born as a Webb. But I'll try Clementine. What the heck was I just reading from? Oh, the article. Then and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. I think somewhere it said that these two were Webbs. That's why I put the name in. And oh, Cam, as in camera. Okay, I was like, why did that count? If you knew Lisa Clementine's occupation, you could probably place her. Lisa Lincoln, I guess. Lisa. She runs a support group for fellow veterans. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point, a military college. A short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. When she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained and she joined ROTC in high school. From there she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point to teach. A few years ago. Do we? She's a professor? Okay, and I guess her name is Clementine. Okay. If I have this right, that is. First surname. Oh, maybe they put that as a red herring. Oh, it said that she raised them as webs. Okay. That was sneaky. I remember it saying now, they raised them as... they were born Clementine, but she didn't want the association. Okay, nice. Oh
Hey there,
my god.
it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well,
Right.
consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's gonna take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And
Bugger.
keep up the good work.
What, you're not going to give me any new leads? Okay, I guess not. So we only got onto this tree because this dude's wife got in contact with us, but the tree kind of dies there. So that's kind of awkward. But what about Elias's affair? We have like nothing on that. Give me a hint. Where should I be looking? One of them in 1981 is a lot of money. Okay, 1981. You know what? That is a pretty big donation. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. Any Danes confirm in chat? The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Mrs. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL, American Sign Language. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. According to the history of the site, they got their name after the president of the Roottry Company generously donated $2,500,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottry at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to a non-deaf person that wished to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottry management to invest in the school. The Hudson wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. I don't know of anyone who's deaf. Oh, about him himself? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Search. Miss Ford? What do you want? Oh, okay. Butler County. Got it. Butler County. I've already forgot what the name was. It's the only problem. I'm really bad with the Grandorf ward. Well, Grandorf Dove. Me dumb. Me so dumb. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the centre of a crime article from 1982. It seemed that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school had agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler Times. Who is Thomas Hughes? Okay, never mind. We'll never know. Grandorf School for the Deaf. School for the Deaf. The Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, truly the worst genetic issue, and the other one has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School of the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. Asthma, mercy kill. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that, even though it's only about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School? Twins? Twinifs? Give me the twinifs. I mean, okay. Where here do we see twins? Oh. Here? I mean, there definitely was a ex-husband in the scene. I thought maybe this was Elias's infidelity, but no, this is still Guy. Wait, which one was youngest? The youngest is Shy and the athlete. Okay, so the youngest is the one with the EpiPen. And the oldest is you who is a athlete. Was an athlete on here somewhere? Oh, pro athlete. Does it not say which one of them it stars in? Okay, it's gonna be local. No. Search. No, I didn't mean to. No. No. Go back. No. I need you to copy. And I need you to paste. Heather Ford is... Okay, Heather is the performer. What was that? Oh, I can't remember what their last name was. Jesus! And Melissa. Ford, I take it? I mean, is she? I don't... Susie Ford. Oh, so it wasn't Susan in the end, it was Susie. No. Susan Ford. I mean, I guess Professor? Do you think? Hard to say. Principal. Is that an option? Yes. So Susie Ford is a principal, has the 2 kids. So the youngest is the athlete. For frick's sake. This is so confusing. And you are the quote-unquote actor? Or performer? Is performer an option? No. Actor? I'm not entirely sure. And then, wasn't there a article about there being an incident? Or maybe not. I am so confused if I have that right or not. Help me, Ducky. Susan Ford was the interpreter of Roottrees. What? Okay, Susan Ford, which is that principal. She was at a Christmas. Is that her? I don't think that's her. Okay, so Heather has the inhaler, which, yes. Look, I'm sorry we're using the dark. It just helps. Heather's the oldest. Oh, they're both students. Okay, makes sense. But if they're still students, why are they in black and white? I don't get that. Author of Family Man. Who is what is Family Man? Oh, right. Bess Williams again. Here we go again. Oh, look at the time now. Family Man. Oh, is that why she wrote about him? Because she's the one who had the affair? Oh, wait a minute. They named obviously but the road was banded at 9:15. It was re-released. Re-released, you say? Bess Williams. Family Man. Okay. The Bocadoro Library. Basically anything in capital letters I should be searching, is what I'm hearing. The building's very small, admission's free, and they only have room for a few displays. The picture's been added to evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday and now a defunct newspaper. Cuba by Cubans. I mean, I'll search these things. I doubt they'll come up with anything. Cuba by Cubans? At first glance, it doesn't seem... Ah! Alright, yeah, there is unseen evidence, you're right. New, where's new? New. What? Oh, is this like a statue? Unknown author. I bet you anything it's this woman. Miami Mercury. Oh. My brain is starting to... I might have to call it, because clearly I'm not thinking anymore. Miami... Mercury. Pain. Might be closing in on brain rest time. It might be. After this lead, I will stop. Right, but what am I looking for in there? Okay, Bess. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Also has a letter mentioned from 1949, the last year of the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. Wildcat construction. So Bess had a young son. Which I would guess is probably... Oh yeah, it's not you. It ain't you. Gasp! Guys, she's on the board. I think we found him. This family is spanning an awful lot. Whatever happened here. Didn't I do that? Yeah, what does this do for me? Oh, search the Miami Mercury. Right. For Wildcat. Construction. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into the husband's needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unending and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as expected. The problem for them is that essentially, Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. The fact we have a picture tells me he's important somehow. You can fit in Frank Williams on the tree. Can I? I mean, I guess he's a... Okay, yeah, no, he is. Right, we'll call it here. We'll see what we got right. Did we get Bess? Aw, shit. He did. Look at that. He had an affair with Bess. I am shooketh. Did it mention his wife? It did. Ophelia, right? Before we go, I can lock this in. His daughters, Barb and Sharon. Oh, wait, he only has one kid though. Oh no, he doesn't. Oh, this looks pretty darn tasty, shall we say. What is going on with these threads? I don't know. I guess this is a job for us to figure out next week. But I don't get what this is telling me. So he was married to Ophelia. And they had Barbara, I'm guessing. And adopted Sharon. But, oh, I'm guessing they adopted Sharon, who is Barbara's kid? Wait. They might have adopted their granddaughter because their daughter died. But wait, Crit might have a theory. Yeah, that's my thought too. Oh, okay. I'm guessing something like that happened. Or something even more fucked up. Either way, Sharon died or had her too young. Something like that, yeah. She got through a few, yeah. Yeah. So at least we know all of Guy's heckin' infidelity. Of which there was a lot. So we had David. He had Robert. I'm presuming just Robert. And not the older one. Because it said daughters, not daughter and granddaughter. Yeah. He had Min. He had Flavio. And he had Heather and Melissa. So, there'd be a few secret Roottrees out there. That's all I'm saying. But at least Stephanie's nice and wholesome. Look at that. She kept it wholesome. We respect. And then we've got Miracle over here. Who had an affair. I'm not quite sure who. Hey, guy, my man, dude, zip up. I still can't tell if this means only he is a Roottree. But if it meant that, why would we have to go through all of this? You know? So maybe I'm reading it wrong, and maybe she just got divorced by her husband. And had 2 of Miracle's kids. Which, you know, yuck. Hate that. I think that the husband might think they are his, but they aren't. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. And then next time we just... Oh, it seems weird to stop now because we're that close, but it's okay. We'll finish this game next time and then play something else. But I want to know. I want to know, man, but my brain, it won't let me. I'm clearly failing. I need to get ready for Anna night anyway. Woo! Yeah, I don't know what we'll play afterwards. I don't have any short games. We'll figure it out. We'll give it a wee look, a wee figgy. Just let me look, see who's about, who was online, who can I send you lovely folks to. The problem is, at this point, I don't know who I know through, like, streaming and who I don't. That's kind of awkward. Let me see if anyone is streaming this game. Anyone apart from us. Oh, hey! We are the one who has done this the most! Get in! Unfortunately, the only other people who are live... Oh, wait, no, you might... Okay. What game tomorrow's? I don't know. Crit, are you about tomorrow? I presume you're not around tomorrow. Big presume. I am not about tomorrow. Sag. But I think we'll do one last stream of Lethal for a while. And then we'll see about the other games that are in the Discord. What people want to do. So yeah, I think we'll do Lethal tomorrow. And then we'll close the book on it for a little while. Not forever. Just a while. So, thank you for helping me go down this genealogy tree. I understand it's probably been difficult, but we're nearly there. We're nearly at the end of it. So I will see all of you very soon. Take care. Look after yourselves. See some of you for Anna Night. Nearly there. We're watching more of Irregular tonight. And I don't know, maybe starting the... I don't know, depends. We just started the second core, so God knows. Least of all me. No problem, Tempsy. I'm glad you're feeling better now. Have fun with Anim. Probably speak tomorrow. Hopefully. Hopefully. Take care, guys. Much love. Mwah. Rock, if you're asleep, you have a few hours to wake up. I understand if you